So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Government Oversight Committee. This meeting is being broadcast live and recorded on the Government Oversight Committee's YouTube channel. The audio system is also broadcasting on the legislature's website. Before we walk through some of the ground rules for today's meeting, I'd like to ask members to introduce themselves, and we will start with Senator Bailey.
Good cold Friday morning, everyone. I am Donna Bailey. I represent Senate District 31, which is Hollis, Leamington, part of Buxton, Old Orchard Beach, and Saco.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau. We'll come back to Senator DeChambeau. Senator Bennett, good morning. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chairman Libby. My name is Rick Bennett. I have the honor of representing 13 towns in Western Maine in the Maine Senate, including the Oxford Hills region, the Greater Freiburg area, and the Lakes region of Naples and Bridgeton area. So good to be with you.
Thank you. Senator Keim.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Keim, and I represent Northern Oxford County, everything that Rick doesn't have there, Senator Bennett, sorry, and two communities in Androscoggin.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau.
Good morning. I'm Senator DeChambeau from District 32, which is my hometown of Biddeford and the surrounding towns of Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, and Kennebunkport. And I am at the State House, and no one is in this room, so I don't have to wear a mask. So just want to explain. So nice to see you all.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Timberlake.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Jeff Timberlake. I represent Senate District 22, which is part of Androscoggin and Kennebec County.
Thank you. Representative Millett.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Soen Millett, House District 71, citizens of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
Thank you. Representative Arata.
Good morning. My name is Amy Arata, and I represent House District 65, which includes New Gloucester and part of Poland.
Thank you. Representative Flyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Mark Blyer, and I represent District 22, which is Leamington and part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick.
Thank you. Representative O'Neill.
Good morning. My name is Maggie O'Neill, and I represent House District 15, which is in Saco.
Thank you. And Representative Stover.
Good morning. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and part of South Bristol.
Thank you. And I am Nate Libby. I proudly represent all of the people of Lewiston in the Maine State Senate. I serve as Senate Chair of this committee. Representative McDonald had a scheduling conflict this morning. I'd like to ask Lucia if she could introduce herself and introduce the staff.
Thank you. I'm Lucia Nixon, Director of the Office of Program Evaluation and Government Accountability. I have Amy Gagne here, Senior Analyst, and Carrie Hojera as well, who's an analyst with OPEGA, and we'll have other staff probably popping on at different points during the meeting. And today we have Mandy Connor from OFPR assisting as the committee clerk, stepping in today to manage all things clerk for Sabrina, who's unable to be here.
Thank you. So just a few ground rules for this committee. As I mentioned, the audio stream has been turned on The YouTube stream has also been turned on. It will remain on for the duration of the meeting, including during breaks. So please be mindful of that. Make sure to mute yourself and turn your video off if you need to tend to other matters. Written materials for this committee have been mailed to members. They've also been emailed. And for the public, you are welcome to view those materials on the OPEGA website under the GOC meetings section. During the meeting, if you'd like to be recognized, please raise your physical hand, raise your electronic hand, or simply speak up and we will recognize you. Please refrain from using the chat function for anything other than technical matters. So the chat function is not available to the public, but if you're having technical issues or need to be recognized, please feel free to use the chat function. I'd just like to make a couple of opening remarks about our work today. This afternoon, starting at 1 o'clock, we will receive OPEGA's information brief on oversight of child protective services. So in the agenda, folks will notice that the morning section of the meeting is dealing with a number of other matters, and we will take up the work done by OPEGA on child protective services at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So if you have tuned in to observe those proceedings, I just wanted to give you the heads up that that will be occurring after lunch. A couple of notes on that information brief on oversight of child protective services. This brief that we will receive and have a report from the OPEGA staff on is the first of 3 reports that OPEGA is planning to deliver to this committee over the course of the year. The information brief that OPEGA has prepared provides relevant facts and background and contextual information to build knowledge and understanding of a topic. An information brief, however, does not contain recommendations. I'm offering this to set expectations for the content of this report. Just to expand briefly, an information brief is different and more limited than a full evaluation report, which OPEGA does do and the public may be familiar with. So what we are getting this afternoon is an information brief, and it is more limited than a full evaluation report that contains findings and recommendations. For the more substantive project and evaluation report, OPEGA analyzes and evaluates the performance and outcomes of a program or agency, provides finding and recommendations in a final evaluation report. The second report and the third report will be those more substantive evaluation reports. The second report is expected to be delivered in March of this year, and the third report is expected to be delivered in September of this year. So I offer those comments just to make sure everyone is on the same page with what to expect today. It's going to be a high-level overview of oversight of child protective services. Any questions or comments on what we expect to receive today and the timing of when we receive it? No? All right. We'll move into our printed agenda, and number 1 is a meeting summary from November 10th, 2021. Members are encouraged to note any edits or adjustments that you'd like. No vote is required here. Comments or questions? Okay. We'll move on to agenda item number 2, OPEGA report on evaluation of the historic rehabilitation tax credit. This is the public comment period for this report. Members will recall we received the report at the last meeting. I do have a couple of items to note on my script. Just give me one moment while I get caught up. Okay. So for anyone who is present in the waiting room and wishes to testify or provide comments on the report, please indicate by raising your hand or using the chat function, and we will move you into the room. First person I see on the list is Tara Kelly, and will be followed by Elizabeth Frazier. We'll be promoting webinar attendees to panelists, as we're doing right now, and then we'll move you back into the waiting room when you're finished presenting your testimony, and if you finished with questions that the committee may offer. Please note that we are not kicking you out of the meeting. It's just how things go, moving people in and out in this kind of online format. It would be, let's see. I think the rest we're all familiar with, so we'll just get right down to it. And we'll recognize Tara Kelly. Good morning, Ms. Kelly.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm Tara Kelly. I am the new Executive Director of Maine Preservation, which is a statewide preservation organization dedicated to promoting and preserving historic buildings, places, downtowns, and neighborhoods to strengthen the cultural and economic vitality of Maine communities. In partnership with the Maine Historic Tax Credit Coalition, we have commissioned several reports on the economic impact of the Maine HRTC. In 2020, we found that from 2009 to 2019, approved projects generated $525 million of construction investment, rehabilitated 3.6 million square feet of commercial and residential space, created or preserved 1,911 housing units, of which nearly 1,300 were affordable, and generated between 200 and 700 full-time equivalent jobs annually through construction spending alone. In addition, nearly 700 new full-time year-round jobs have been created through building maintenance and occupancy, resulting in $13 million of income for families living in these communities. OPEGA released its evaluation of the Maine HRTC, confirming what our coalition already knew to be true. The tax credit structure and administration are sound and efficient, the credit follows best practices, and program data is robust. The evaluation also found that the Maine HRTC incentivizes historic preservation and community revitalization, promoting affordable housing, job creation, and economic growth well beyond the intended goals of the program. Armed with the information provided in OPEGA's report, we hope that the legislature will not only prolong the sunset of the credit, but in fact eliminate the provision altogether. In addition, this opportunity should be extended to more Mainers through new legislation and increased funding for the Maine Historic Preservation Commission. The OPEGA evaluation notes the limitations of the credit to income-producing properties, leaving Maine's historic homeowners without the ability to benefit from this valuable resource. Like commercial property owners, homeowners need support to repair and upgrade their historic homes, barns, stables, dairies, granaries, and other agricultural buildings. They need the resources to restore these buildings, whether to age in place or make them ready for the next generation of families in Maine. Programs of this type have been successful in other states around the country, including Alabama, Colorado, Delaware, Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, Missouri, New York, Virginia, West Virginia, and Wisconsin. For example, the New York State Historic Homeownership Tax Credit, Rehabilitation Tax Credit, is targeted to economically distressed communities. More than 3,000 projects have been completed statewide since 2008, with more than $65 million of investment in these underserved communities. Existing energy efficiency tax incentives could be paired with historic homeowner credits to ease cost burdens, establishing Maine as a leader in reducing energy consumption while retaining historic fabric and ultimately spurring economic vitality where it is needed most. Please affirm OPEGA's report, thereby supporting this important policy and potentially opening the door to more benefits for more Mainers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we will hear from Elizabeth Frazier, followed by John Egan.
Good morning. Hope you can all hear me. Good morning, Senator Libby, Representative McDonald in absentia, and members of the Government Oversight Committee. It's good to see you all on a Friday morning here down in Portland, where it's 8 degrees. I'm sure it's even colder where some of you are. I am Elizabeth Frazier. I'm an attorney at Pierce Atwood, and I'm here today on behalf of the Maine Real Estate and Development Association, which is MEREDA. Many of you may be familiar with MEREDA. It's a large trade association representing commercial real estate development interests in Maine. But it's worth noting that our members are, architects, bankers, a number of municipalities, as well as, of course, developers and others directly involved in housing construction. I won't repeat the things that Tara has said because I think she did a really fantastic job highlighting sort of the value of this credit. What I would like to say is that I reinforce what she said. The report is excellent. I credit OPEGA for their strong work on this. Their methodology, as always, it was very strong, and I think that the information they relied on shows what, as Tara noted, we already know, which is that this is a successful credit that has really done a lot for Maine communities. I think a lot of you hopefully have had the opportunity to see the power of this credit, in your towns, either reinvigorating old schools or renovating old mills. I know, obviously, certainly Senator Libby is familiar with that. Senator DeChambeau, there are a lot of great projects down in your area as well, historic tax credit. So I won't go on and on about the quality of the credit and the work that can be done through the credit, because I think the report does that. I just want to say that we fully support the report. We hope that you will endorse it. And then just lastly, to throw in a plug to say that if any of you are particularly interested in this work, obviously we know it's really important, especially for housing. This coalition is going to keep working on this credit, trying to make it better, make sure it's around for a long time. So we always welcome your thoughts and feedback as you've gone through this process and learned about the credit and any input you may have about improving it or expanding it. So thank you to all of you. We hope that you do choose to endorse the report, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I did not submit written testimony. I will do that following my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee for Ms. Frazier?
All right.
Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Next up, John Egan. Good morning, Mr. Egan.
Good morning, Senator Libby and members of the committee. My name is John Egan. I'm the Chief Lending and Program Officer at Genesis Community Loan Fund. We are a CDFI, Community Development Financial Institution, which is a mission purpose lender organization, and we provide technical assistance throughout the state and into New Hampshire as well. I am here because I'm an active participant in many of the projects. Through my work at Genesis and previously at Coastal Enterprises, I've been directly involved in financing and participating in the financing of close to 46, I've lost track now, of state historic tax credit projects. And I can tell you firsthand that this program works. And I'm here to heartily endorse the conclusions and results and analysis of OPEGA, which was very thorough and very inclusive. Many interviews and constituent groups were contacted and questioned and interviewed for the report. And I can confirm that I agree with the conclusions that are listed on various pages in the report. As stewards of the public trust and the public funds of the state of Maine, I want to encourage you to feel really good and read the report that your gross 10-year expenditure of $84 million in tax spending through this program, leveraging over $500 million in investment, is what I would say a really good deal. And that this program has done exactly what it's supposed to do. It's created a medical office building and a critical access for services in downtown Livermore Falls. It has created hundreds and hundreds of affordable housing units in Biddeford. It has totally revitalized downtown Lewiston and the Bates Mill complex. It has brought all kinds of economic life and a diverse array of entrepreneurs, as well as completely unparalleled housing units in downtown Dover Foxcroft. It is renovating key architectural assets on main streets from Bangor to Brunswick to Congress Street in Portland. The program works in rural areas, it works in urban areas, and as a mission-oriented lender, I'm particularly interested in the unbelievable capacity of this program to generate affordable housing when there are certainly not enough resources and capacity out there to do that. This project really enables and encourages affordable housing in many, many places around the state where it might not otherwise be financed. So I'm a big supporter of the program. I am heartily endorsing the conclusions of the report, and I hope that your committee does the same and that the program continues. Thanks very much for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your comments, Mr. Egan. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to present remarks for this public portion of the meeting? If so, please raise your electronic hand or drop a message into the chat. Okay, seeing none, I will close the public comment period and open the work session. So as a reminder for committee members, this is the opportunity to talk through what next steps this group would like to take with the report. We have invited some folks who have expertise in administering this program, and they are available to answer questions if we have them. This report, I think, is unique in tax expenditure review. It's not too often that we sort of get a report from OPEGA that a tax break is meeting nearly all of the public policy goals. So there is not a lot to do in terms of program tweaks, but there are some recommendations that might be worth considering for tax committee. And then before I stop talking, I'll just note that at the end of our work session, I would like us to take a vote of endorsement of the report. So I'll turn it over to committee members for discussion. Representative Arata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we endorse the report. Is that what you're looking for?
Motion is most certainly in order.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Senator DeChambeau. Further discussion? It's okay if there is no discussion. I think it speaks to the report in a different way. Seeing no further, Senator Kime.
I just wanted to concur with what you stated, that, you know, many of the reports we've heard don't, you know, come to us saying, hey, it's working the way it's supposed to. And so I think we all just agree with that, which is why there isn't a lot to discuss. It was good to hear. Thank you.
Well said. The committee ready for the question? The motion is endorsement of the report. And again, it's endorsing the credibility and independent work that the OPEGA does. It's not necessarily a demonstration of your personal opinion of the policy. So the motion before us is endorsement of OPEGA's work. Seeing no further comments, Mandy, would you call the roll?
Senator Libby?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Bailey?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Bennett?
Yes.
Yes. Senator DeChambeau?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Kime?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Timberlake?
Yes.
Yes. Representative McDonald, absent. Representative Arata,
Yes.
yes. Representative Bleier,
Yes.
yes. Representative Millet,
Yes.
yes. Representative O'Neill,
Yes.
yes. Representative Stover,
Yes.
yes. 11 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you. The motion carries and it's unanimous. We'll move on to number 3 in our agenda, which is a report of the Tax Expenditure Review Working Group. This is the group that was co-chaired by myself and Representative Moteri from the Taxation Committee. I see that Representative Terry's in the waiting room, so we'll move her to panelists. So she'll be here to answer questions, offer comments. I'd like to turn it over to Lucia to walk through from a high level some of the key findings of the working group.
Thank you very much, Senator Libby. I had the pleasure of assisting and staffing this tax expenditure working group, also with other staff from OPEGA and OFPR during the interim. And I'm going to give you a quick high-level overview of the work of the group and its recommendations. And as Senator Libby mentioned, we do have Representative Terry, who is the co-chair of the group with us. And we also have available Julie Jones from OFPR as needed, and Carrie Hojara from OPEGA, who are also staff on this group. So if it's okay with you, I'm going to screen share. And you should also have a copy of the report and what I'm going to screen share with you. The screen share just came in your emails this morning, so you may not have that in hard copy unless you printed it out. So just 1 second. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If you could make it 2 clicks bigger on, yeah.
That good?
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it's always a little tricky with. So here is the Tax Expenditure Review Working Group. The final report was issued in December of 2021. The members are listed here. There were 4 members representing the Taxation Committee and 4 members representing the GOC. And you had Senator Libby, who sits on both committees, who I think was technically representing the Taxation Committee to get the numbers to work, but clearly represents both. As I mentioned earlier, it was co-staffed by OPEGA and OFPR, and had Ariel Ritchie while she was still with us, myself, Carrie Hojara, and then Julie Jones from OFPR. This working group came a result of a joint study order sponsored by Senator Libby to have a working group look at the process for ongoing review of tax expenditures by the legislature. The charge to the group was to examine and make recommendations regarding the process for the ongoing review of tax expenditures and to ensure that that process is meeting the needs of the legislature for oversight, evaluation, and improvement of tax expenditure policies. At a high level, the findings and conclusions that the group came to was that the tax expenditure reviews do have value for legislative oversight. The group identified several challenges and recommendations to address those challenges. The challenges that they identified included some of the resource demands that this process has and does impose on legislative committees, on staff, and also on the affected agencies. Another challenge was in the area of data availability for the tax expenditures. And finally, unmet needs for information on tax expenditures during the legislative session. I have a couple pages that go through the recommendations of the group, and I'll just go through those with you at a high level. And then if you have further questions, we can discuss those with the chairs afterwards. So one area of recommendation was overall coordination of legislative committees and tax expenditure review. The first recommendation there was to amend the composition of the Government Oversight Committee to help improve the coordination between relevant committees. And the specific recommendation was to have 2 members of the Taxation Committee as standing members of the GOC, and to have 1 member of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation Development, Economic Advancement and Business, or IDEA-B. And these would be among the GOC's 12 members. Secondly, was to authorize the Taxation Committee to meet year-round. Part of the challenge identified was the ability for that committee that doesn't have what the GOC currently has is the authorization to meet year-round, and that enables the GOC to keep the tax expenditure work moving. As you know from the tax expenditure process, one of the elements are the expedited reviews that are conducted by the Taxation Committee, and we'll come back to that actually later in this meeting. But there's a 6-year cycle for expedited reviews, and this past year has been the 6th year in that first round through the cycle. And the recommendation was to continue that cycle of having the reviews done by Taxation Committee, but to use information that is available through the Maine State Tax Expenditure Reports, the Red Book, and OPEGA's annual work to update the categorization based on new legislation that has been enacted or repealed. And this would amend the statute to repeal the requirement that OPEGA provides a synthesized document of that information for the Taxation Committee, recognizing that there are already existing sources of that information and that could be drawn on rather than having, and since OPEGA has already done 6 of these reports, that provides a wealth of information. Turning to the full evaluations, for example, the evaluation report you just reviewed had a public comment on this morning. One recommendation was to prioritize business incentive tax expenditures for full review ahead of tax expenditures that are directed to individual tax relief. And that is something that the GOC has been doing and the Taxation Committee, but it was to sort of more formally recognize that priority. Second, to take into consideration the statutory sunset dates as you do priorities, so that if a tax expenditure is coming up for repeal, that would be bumped up in the order. Third, to work on coordination and communication between the GOC and tax in the annual review. And we have that on our agenda today, so you can take some steps in that direction in real time. Finally, in this section, there was a recommendation that the OPEGA director, working with the GOC and Taxation Committee, review the current statutes governing the full evaluations and see if there are any potential changes that could enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of the full evaluation process. The next group of recommendations was about preparing existing tax expenditures for future evaluation. And the working group recommended there be a one-time legislative task force to meet in the upcoming interim to look through the statutes for tax expenditures that are categories for full evaluation but haven't yet had one. And the idea here was that the group would look through and figure out what elements are needed for evaluation that aren't currently included in the statute. For instance, are the goals of the tax expenditure specified? Is there data being collected? Are things clear about who this is supposed to benefit? Second in this area was to have a process where the Taxation Committee would review legislation that's proposed to amend tax expenditures. So as many of you I'm sure are familiar with, there's a process by which the Judiciary Committee reviews any proposed legislation that has a public records exception. And so the idea was to sort of use that as a model and have bills, whether they go to the Taxation Committee or some other policy committee, to come through tax for a review to see that if it includes elements needed for evaluation. The next recommendation was a new item that is not currently being done. It's something called, they eventually landed on limited analysis projects as the name for this. And it would authorize the Taxation Committee to request OPEGA conduct 2 limited analysis projects per year based on existing data and information. And these would be completed by OPEGA to help support and provide research and analysis to the Taxation Committee as they are considering current legislation. These would be short-term, again, based on existing and available data to provide some real-time support. The next group, F, was enhancements to the State Tax Expenditure Report, or Red Book. And some of this was to help support what's needed for those expedited reviews. And so it was to have 6 years of foregone revenue for each tax expenditure, and also potentially have the Red Book include take-up rates for tax expenditures that are relating to economic security of low-income people. And this was an issue that was brought up in some of the public comment to the working group. Okay, finally, to round out the recommendations, there were several recommendations about staffing, recognizing the additional work that would be added to OPEGA, in part relative to the limited analysis projects, and also just the prioritization on completing the business incentive tax incentives evaluations was to add 1 full-time staff to OPEGA, and also consider whether additional staffing might be needed by the taxation committee to keep pace with the recommendations of the working group to do additional work there. And finally, there was a piece to make some recommendations for consideration by the IDEA committee about possibly repealing or amending some specific statutes that relate to the DECD's role, so the Department of Economic and Community Development, their role and their commissioning of independent third-party reviews of tax incentives. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Again, that's a very high-level overview to give you a feel for the recommendations that came out of the working group. They met 4 times over the interim and developed those recommendations. The full report was submitted to the legislature in December and is, I think, well, Representative Terry can correct me, but I think that it has not yet been presented to the taxation committee, but is probably upcoming soon on their agenda to look over this report.
That is correct, Lucia. Thank you. We are going to schedule it after today. We wanted to give Government Oversight a chance to look through it first, and we'll schedule it for probably the second week in February.
Great, thank you, Lucia, and thank you, Representative Terry. If I were to just sum up maybe 3 key points coming out of that presentation we just heard. Number 1, we want to try to solve this issue of OPEGA not having data to analyze. We've seen that several times in reports where once they start digging into what's available, they realize key data sets are missing. And so creating a process to correct that is one of the major findings of this report, I think. Number 2 is creating a new process that would allow lawmakers who are evaluating a brand new tax credit or a dramatic change to an existing tax credit, creating a new process for OPEGA to jump in and do some quick analysis work that may provide additional value to lawmakers in evaluating new or existing credits while we're in session, because as members know, some of these full reports do take 6 to 12 months, and the idea with the new process is maybe some information can be delivered in 30, 60, 90 days, something like that. And then the third piece is trying to make this project less burdensome for the administrative agencies, shifting assignments around a little bit, but also finding that we need a little bit of additional staff support at OPEGA to accomplish the work that ultimately we want to be useful to policymakers. So, so with that, I'd offer the floor to Representative Terry for any other observations or comments you may have.
Probably not, actually. Lucia's report was spot on, and I think, at least in my mind, very well read. I probably at this point would be better off answering questions. The only sort of major important thing for me is the making sure that all of the tax expenditures that are up for review have within those statutes, or within those statutes, data collection so that the reports can be done optimally, as opposed to it being a scramble to find information. And I'm hopeful that you all will accept this report, and we do so as well on the taxation committee, so we can get to work in solving those, that one key issue for me.
Thank you, Representative Terry. And my final comment is our group was bipartisan, and these recommendations represented consensus positions, and worked hard to make that happen. So I appreciate the working group's efforts on that front. Questions or comments from the committee? Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I did serve on the task force, and I appreciate your leadership. And when you have a task force called a task force to review the process for reviewing things, you're deep into the bowels of government. But nonetheless, not necessarily something that people like to take up and spend their time on. But I do think that this is an example where the legislature has an opportunity to do things a little bit more efficiently and thoughtfully than we've been doing them. We've had some learning over the last few years, and so I'm happy to subscribe to the findings of the report, and gratified by your leadership, Mr. Chairman, on it. I did want to just flag one thing that remains a kind of an open question that I think there may be some clarity behind, but there's one of the recommendations is for the taxation committee to request that OPEGA do these up to two studies a year. Mm-hmm. And the verb request is an interesting one, and requesting of whom, what kind of process is there around that request, and who's in a position to deny the request or amend it, et cetera. I think it would be good to, since this is an allocation resource question, to be explicit about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bennett, for your comments. I don't know if it's all been set in stone yet, but as a concept that we were kicking around, it was suggested that tax committee can request a super fast research project. That request would be received by the GOC. OPEGA would tell the GOC whether they've got capacity to take this on. GOC might set out some framework, but our statutory charge as a committee is to oversee and direct the activities of the OPEGA office. And so it seemed like that was a good way to try to manage that workflow. There may be times where OPEGA says, we have committed all hands on deck to a project that the GOC directed us to do last month. They offer that as a friendly reminder that we told them to get this done yesterday. And so they may tell us we can't complete that super fast tax review that the committee is requesting. And so, that would sort of be the relief valve. But as I offer that explanation, I am reflecting on the characterization of the committee. We were very much getting into the bowels of government. It was not work that maybe is not for everyone. We got through it. I think we did a good job.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Chairman. That helps provide clarity there, and I think it sounds very reasonable.
Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the question I ask is, and you wouldn't expect any different out of me, Senator Libby, is in this request where we're requesting another position. Is this going to be a full-time position? Is this going to be an ongoing position? These are all things that always concern me about the expansion of government and so forth. So I just need to understand it a little better about, how many people do we have in there now? And is it really required that we need to hire another person for this job? That's just my question. I think you guys did a great job, by the way.
Yeah. Great question. And coming from you, the question does not surprise me in the least, Senator Timberlake. I think the group envisioned this as a full-time, one full-time position potentially, but it's also contingent on how much of the other recommendations are accepted by the legislature. If none of the recommendations are accepted, probably there's no further discussion needed on an additional staff person. But we did hear comments from national experts on other states' staffing structures for doing similar work. And I don't have the data at my fingertips, but the impression we were left with is that our tax evaluation process is very robust, but it is staffed by a very, very small group of staff compared to similarly oriented states to ours. And so going from, I think, 2 FTE to 3 FTE, we would still probably be in the bottom third of states. Just to give you some context and some sense of that.
I thank you for the response.
Representative Arata, followed by Senator Khan.
Thank you. I remember when we voted to create this working group, I was under the impression that it would give us some ideas of how to streamline the process. And instead, and make it easier. And instead, now we're talking about adding another staff person. So how did we get to that point where am I misremembering? Because I could have sworn we were overwhelmed by all the minutia of these tax expenditure policies, and we wanted to streamline it, break it down, make it simpler. Now we're talking about more work. So, do you, and you said that this was a consensus report. Were there, I don't see how the votes came out. Is there a summary I'm missing that says who voted for what, and what is there a minority report, anything like that? So just looking for some more clarification. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, I think these are all good questions. I think the recommendations on process of data collection and data sharing and report development, I think we've made several recommendations to streamline that effort, requiring fewer resources, hopefully, of MRS in that work, along with some of the other reporting agencies. We made recommendations on data input and requiring beneficiaries of tax credits rather than using a old-fashioned paper form for this credit, but then needing to log on to a system for that credit, so on and so forth, that we would move in a direction of everybody submitting data electronically so that all parties involved would, it would require less resources to pull the data down and work with it and those kinds of things. And then a little bit of this work shifting to OPEGA, I think is part of where we landed as well. And the timing of when reports are delivered. When this system was set up, we said we want to do everything in 6 years. And we found 5 years into the process that projection just doesn't line up with the staff that's available. And at our current pace, it's going to take many, many years to go through everything. So, the consensus position of going from 2 FTE to 3, still being in the bottom third of the states. That to my knowledge, that was not a divided position. And to best of my memory, we had 100% unanimous votes. And I welcome any other members to chime in if they'd like.
I recall the same. It was unanimous across the board. If I might throw out there that adding an additional person will make the process go quicker because of the other responsibilities OPEGA has. It's not just, obviously, this, tax expenditure reviews. It's all the work that OPEGA does. So having a person that can focus on getting the work done to collect data done ahead of time, hopefully in the end will make it so streamlined that it will be a couple of clicks of a button, but it will definitely take something to get there.
Thank you. Senator Khan?
Thank you. Could you, I heard you say, Senator Libby, the acronym FTE, but I need you to say that again so I can understand what that is. And you said we're in the bottom third or something of states. So can you tell me that again? That's my first question.
Sure, I'm sorry to use acronyms. I should know better. Full-time equivalent, which is another way of saying a full-time 40-hour week benefit paid position. As to contrast that with maybe a part-time consultant or contractor.
Right. And then how did you say that compares? I mean, what was that comparison to other states?
Yeah, again, I don't have the data at my fingertips. It was provided by the Pew Research Center, but as I recall, looking at the other states and particularly similarly situated states in terms of population, rural geography, income level, you know, we are not overstaffed in any stretch of the imagination. I'd argue we're understaffed. And so I recall something like we're in the bottom third, but I know we can gather that data and share it with this committee so you can look at it for yourself.
Yeah, I would be interested but was that data just looking at the staff we have in OPEGA or overall to the legislature? What was that number looking at?
It was a survey of states that do nonpartisan tax evaluations.
Okay.
So of all the states that conduct that work, how are those offices staffed? What number of staff are assigned to this work? And in Maine, we know it's budgeted for 2, and sometimes it flexes based on the workload of OPEGA. So sometimes another analyst is brought into a tax project. Sometimes an analyst might be assigned to OCFS, for example. So there's a little bit of flex, but when you look at the states that do this kind of work and the full-time staff members assigned to the work, I think we're in that bottom third. And again, that's my recollection.
Okay, thank you for that. And the other couple questions, and well, I guess one question and a comment. So the other question is, as I'm reading the report under staff resources where you talk about adding another position, it says, OPEGA's role could expand to include completing 2 limited analysis projects annually to the taxation committee. I'm wondering, is that representing some sort of shift that the taxation committee would then be able to request OPEGA resources rather than the GOC, I guess is my question.
Yes, so part of the additional work that may be placed on OPEGA should the legislature accept these recommendations is this new concept of a very quick turnaround for a research project that the taxation committee policymakers may request of OPEGA. There are times, for example, in the last year, I'll use one example of the seed capital tax credit, where advocates were saying, this is going to have a multiplying factor on Maine investment. It's going to support, significant job creation and in business development. And the taxation policy committee was interested in sort of looking under the hood and trying to find hard data to support the claims. And OPEGA could have provided that if they had the staffing available to conduct a limited research project and turn it around in 30 or 40 or 60 days. To your other question, how do you decide what OPEGA is going to work on? We recommended that tax could make a request of GOC for a limited analysis research project or a super fast report. That's what I called it. Tax would make a request to GOC. GOC would talk with OPEGA about the request, and GOC would make a decision on whether to authorize OPEGA to conduct the super fast report or not.
Okay.
An occasion where GOC may say, no, we can't do that right now is say.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. I just needed to clarify that we weren't shifting which committee was sort of the oversight or of OPEGA. Okay. Thank you. I think I have another question, but I'm going to think about all that first.
Sounds good. Senator Timberlake, followed by Senator Bennett, followed by Representative Miller.
I guess I got two quick questions for you, Mr. Chair. Was this something you was hoping to vote on today?
Lucia, I don't know if we need this report's been delivered to the legislature. I think this is more information, a report back to this group since it's
Sure.
of interest.
Because I'm not saying I wouldn't agree with it 100%. I would like to dive a little deeper into it for a day or two and then come back and visit it. That would just be my concern if you was looking for me to agree to add a staff member today.
No, I don't think anyone
I'm not
is.
saying I wouldn't. I think I'll probably agree with you in the end.
Yep. No, I don't think there's any expectation of that, Senator. And I'm looking at my annotated agenda. We have no GOC vote on this one. There's no action required.
Okay, thank you.
Lucia, did you have something to add?
I just wanted to add that, yes, this is a just informational presentation of a report that was delivered to the full legislature. There's no expected or anticipated action of the GOC. It would be up to an individual legislator or a committee if they chose to proceed with submitting or requesting legislation to adopt any of the recommendations. So this was just to present this report to the GOC.
Thank you. Senator Bennett, followed by Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's some legitimate concerns being raised here and some questions. And I mean, the fundamental question is, what kind of oversight is the legislative branch going to provide for programs and decisions made prior by the legislature and also for the executive branch's activities overall? And I've long been concerned, and I see it every day I work on legislative business, that the executive branch, frankly, has far too much power under our constitutional system, as the legislative branch has chosen to cede its prerogatives and particularly its oversight responsibilities and powers by standing down. And you know, the beauty of OPEGA is that it is a investigative resource for the legislature. It is governed by a bipartisan committee that's structured that way, and it is nonpartisan. And if we're going to invest any resources at all, and again, it goes to the question of what are we actually committing ourselves to doing in terms of oversight? And if we're going to do this, we ought to do it right. And if we can't do it right, we ought just to focus on other things. And there are other ways of performing oversight functions. Personally, I'd like to see each of the policy committees spend a good month of every year doing nothing but oversight of the executive branch, learning. Every January, we ought to be spending an entire month of January in each of our committees, learning about the agencies and the programs that are overseen by that committee, and then giving the chance for the committee to work on improvements through the production of legislation that could do that. We haven't organized ourselves that way as a legislature. And I would love to see us be a little bit more innovative in that area. But until such time, I think it's really important that we do that which we've committed to well. And so this position, I mean, you know, if we don't do this, it's not going to be the end of the world, obviously, but maybe we should have a deeper discussion about what activities we actually want to do as a legislature in terms of oversight, and really think through that, because I think OPEGA points a very good direction that way, but there's so much more on a policy committee basis that we should be doing in allocating the precious time that we have as part-time legislators to this task and actually doing effective oversight. So I just offer that for what it's worth. We should be looking at this in the context of our overall duties as legislators. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to commend the overview that was provided by Lucia and your comments in focusing where how we approach this task at the working group level, and respond a bit to Representative Arata's question, because she remembers correctly that some of the conversation occurring at the full committee before we came up with this concept of a working group was a concern about the workload that the full evaluations were imposing upon staff, knowing as we do that there are 23 full evaluations scheduled, and we've been doing about 2 a year. There was also concerns, I think, about the statutes needing to be re-examined in terms of the apparent lack of coordination between GOC and tax and other committees that deal with tax expenditures, the need for modernizing the data collection and utilization process, and otherwise streamlining what we could do to make real-time legislative consideration of tax incentives more structured and more productive. And with that thought in mind, I think that we have achieved most of those goals by asserting the Taxation Committee membership into GOC. It assures that there will be coordination from the get-go on the scheduling of all the full evaluations that are statutorily required, and that we'll be talking with one another constantly throughout the year and allowing tax to meet later in the year in order to fulfill their chores. Secondly, it builds in a process that brings in Idea B and other committees' work during the session to go before tax on the super fast reviews and also on the finalization, like the Judiciary Committee review of penalties that are imposed by various LDs. In this case, we'll have a system whereby the potential for new statutory programs dealing with tax expenditure review will be in coordination with the Taxation Committee and the resources that we know and how it dovetails with the existing schedules. The data collection, I think, as Chair Libby mentioned, is critical. We have varying data sources, much of it not being electronic and therefore analyzable in real time, and it creates a workload on the staff level to do that. I think just to put people's minds at ease, the addition of the super fast idea was one that does add to a role, but makes it clear that it will only be limited to 2. As LDs are printed and hearings begin and taxation is confronted with multiple bills that are looking for a report in the first regular session, they need to be able to prioritize internally which ones they need more data on, which ones they need external analysis on before taking the vote as a committee report out. So this is a new piece, but I think it's an efficient piece, a piece that would make the process of LD review a little bit more informed and not just a question of how the individual members see the bill in final analysis. I think the additional staff person is probably justifiable from my initial point of view at this point, but it will be put into an LD with all of the statutory changes that we've talked about, go before the legislature. As Chair Terry mentioned, they'll be briefing it or talking about it early in February. And obviously the funding of one or more positions would ultimately require legislative approval. So in defense of the group that, as Senator Bennett referred to, we called ourselves TERWIG, the Tax Expenditure Working Group, and it is a committee to review the review processes that we have. But I think it produced a report which is worthy of the legislature's full consideration. I'm not saying it's perfect. I want to see the LD language, and obviously I want to see the full legislative consideration and making sure that it meets everybody's expectations. But I do see an element of streamlining, Amy, even though it does branch off into different topical areas at times, but it does produce the coordination, the data improvements, and the modernization of our current structure for statutory review. With those thoughts in mind, I think it's a good initial task force product. And to Senator Timberlake's concern, it will get our full consideration and legislative review before it becomes adopted, obviously, as an LD. So I was pleased to be a member. We worked hard. I want all of you to know that weren't privileged to be one of the 8 members. We spent a whole lot of time on this thing, and yet I think it was time well spent, time needed and time well spent. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Millett. Very well said. Senator Khan.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. I thank you to all that put time into this report. I do absolutely agree that we do not spend enough time in oversight, and I also think that the idea of being able to use OPEGA's resources to sort of have an independent analysis before legislation is, approved and sort of put underway, that might, help us at the forefront, right? Before it goes in to make the changes or whatever, having knowledge is always really powerful. One of my, and I will say that I'm in favor of increasing the size of OPEGA. I'm in favor of it. I believe that the legislature has starved itself of staff, and we are not capable of doing our oversight role because we don't have people to do the research for us, to get engaged, to help make our short time when we're in session be more effective, because we don't have people to direct. And so yes, I see the executive branch as having grown enormously, and other branches of government grown, and the legislature having starved itself. And I would love to have that conversation another day. The kind of broader concern I have comes back to a really basic viewpoint on the way that we tax and structure government. So the deeper we go into the whole of saying, okay, well, we want to encourage this, so we're going to make tax benefit there, and here's a tax program here, and we continue to make the way that we pull in taxes, and then the way that we spend the taxpayers' dollars becomes more complex. And then in order to do a good job with it, we have to hire more people. And in the end, my way of thinking is, kind of get rid of it all, right? Like really simplify our structure so that we're not taking in so much taxes, and therefore we're not thinking we have to also be the entity that goes in and doles out the money in the areas that we consider to be important. So it's a basic difference in how we look at tax structure. So then as we continue down this road of making sure we do it well, I just think, well, I'm walking down the road well, but it's not the road I want to walk down. So that I wanted to explain as, the 10,000 foot view of what we're doing, but always I'm in favor of doing our job well. So I thank you for the work.
Thank you, Senator Khan. That's also very well said. Representative Stover.
I just wanted to weigh in and concur with the things that have been said by my colleagues, having participated in this working group. And it seems like a catch-22 in a way. We want to improve data analysis. We want to have better data and data decision, data as a driver in decision-making. But in order to do that, we've got to have the input, and we've got to have somebody. So it's sort of a catch-22. We've got to have somebody to be able to assist, to pull down this data, do that analysis, provide the feedback in order to move forward with the decisions. So the personnel thing, to me, they're interwoven. They can't possibly be separated with the demands and needs of OPEGA and the demands and needs of this committee and the taxation committee in doing the work that we need to do. It seems imperative to me that the personnel, even by one position, which isn't a lot, but it will be a lot because it's so small. There's such a shortage of staff hours. And I think one position could make a big difference. It's one of those times that it could, and I do agree with Senator Keim. We're very light on staffing all the way around. So we want to achieve certain outcomes, but we've got to have the input to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Stover. Final comments or questions on tax expenditure working group report? I'll end this section by reiterating our thanks to the members who served on this committee, but particularly the staff that supported this work. The discussions of this work led by lawmakers was it covered, you know, a ton of different areas, and the staff, I think, were challenged to keep up with us in keeping track of all these different ideas and problems identified that were surfaced. So they did a great job servicing a challenging assignment, and just want to share my thanks to them as well.
I echo that as well. Incredible work by the staff. I hope I speak for our taxation members when I thank the GOC members for being part of that group. Your input was invaluable, especially when it comes to the workings of OPEGA. It was very, very important to have you all with us and to work together. The cleaning of the legislative sausage gears. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Terry, the next couple of items also deal with tax expenditure review. The next couple of items on our agenda, you're welcome to hang with us, and you're welcome to take care of other business you have on your plate. I just wanted to note that for you. But thank you. Thank you.
That's terrific. Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator. I would love to actually stick around for this. If you feel free to throw me into the participant group again, I'll raise my hand if I have any questions, but I'll leave you all to your work. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, number 4 in our packet, behind tab number 4, we'll move to tax expenditure reviews. This is an annual project where we look at the categories that are up for evaluation and the schedule in which those evaluations occur. I'm going to turn it over to Lucia, but this is a process where GOC will set the schedule in consultation with the taxation committee. And Lucia, you are up.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Libby. So as Senator Libby just said, that this is an annual process required by statute that the GOC in consultation with tax reviews and makes adjustments to the review category assignments and schedule. We introduced this information to you initially in November. So what you got in your packet hopefully looks somewhat familiar. There were 2 documents distributed. One is a 20-page set of tables to get through all of the many tax expenditures. And the second piece was something new that we created, which were 1-page summaries of the 6 business incentive tax expenditures, which OPEGA has not yet done the full evaluation. The task for the GOC this morning really is to finalize what I would call draft recommendations for the adjustments to the categorization and schedule that then you would send to the taxation committee for its input to get that coordinated effort as required by statute. It's the first 2 pages of the 20-page table document that you have. I'm happy to screen share that if it would be helpful. Senator Libby, would you? No, not necessary. Okay, great. So I did want to note that for page 1 of the 20-page document, the proposed adjustments, this is unchanged from what you reviewed and looked at in November. It's simply the work that OPEGA did to review all the enacted laws and find what tax expenditures were newly added or repealed and how they would fit into the overall categorization. I think you reviewed this sufficiently in November. I'm happy to answer questions if you have them, but I think this part was pretty much done. I think the part that the committee wanted to revisit before sending to tax was the piece about determining the priority, what comes next. And also you asked OPEGA to provide new columns that have the enactment date and the sunset date. So we did that. You will see that on page 2 of the packet, and then continuing on subsequent pages for all of the full evaluations. So what we did is we added, as was requested, we did a little work to find out when these were enacted, how long they've been around, and also if there was a sunset, as that can be very informative information for you to decide when to complete an evaluation to have that information. I would turn your attention, I think, to focus the work this morning, and the remaining task would be on page 2 of the overall packet, where it simply listed those business incentive tax expenditures that have not yet been evaluated. Assuming, this is presuming that the GOC would continue with the past practice of having the business, prioritizing business incentives up next. So there are 6 business incentives that have not yet had a full evaluation. And what is shown on page 2 is those in a tentatively suggested order once we added the enactment date, the sunset date, and considered how long these have been, when they would start being used, when data would be collected, and so on and so forth. I tried to add a column on the far right on how, if this is any different from the approved order in March of 2021. I did spot last night a couple typos there, which I apologize for, but these were the same top group then, other than I will note that major businesses headquarters expansion was absent from the list that you looked at last year. And that was because OPEGA had done a special project on that tax expenditure, and but it has not yet had a full evaluation. So we acknowledged that and pulled it back into the list for your consideration. So I think your task today is to look at these 6 and decide what you want to send over to tax as a draft prioritization of where OPEGA will go next.
Thank you, Lucia. I also want to call members' attention to the stapled package that is behind that table that Lucia just reviewed. If we're going to focus our discussion on the 6 remaining economic development incentives for the next series of evaluations, which I think is an opinion held by several members of the committee, that we focus on the economic development incentives, that we take a look at the 6 that are listed in that packet. The first 2, fishing vessels and media production, those are old credits that would be next up, followed by the shipbuilding facility credit, where there's one beneficiary that we all know who they are. They build ships in the mid-coast area for the Navy. Followed by number 4 and number 5, which are relatively new credits that, to our knowledge, have not been tapped yet. And then finally, number 6, a very new credit that I think was established in 2021. So the listing here is sort of a suggested order that takes into account all these factors like sunset, staffing capacity, when a credit was introduced, whether we have data yet, those kinds of things. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question for Lucia. In your consideration, do you also consider whether there's any pending bills to affect any of these? And or do you know, are there any pending bills affecting any of these to your knowledge?
Thank you. That's a good question. So pending bills, there is a bill on the seed capital tax credit, which we completed that evaluation recently, so that's out there. To my knowledge, there are not any bills specifically on these specific expenditures that are pending right now. There is the bill, like I said, there's a forthcoming bill on the seed capital tax credit, and there's a carryover bill on the research expense tax credit. And those are ones that we are either just finished or are doing now.
It's a good question, Senator Bailey. I'll add my amateur commentary, which is the tax benefit for media production company. That credit, there's typically one bill every 2-year session that seeks to expand or change that program. So that's a very common piece of legislation. I don't believe there's one pending for the session we're in. The rest, though, number 3 through number 6, all very recently established, within the last 4 or 5 years. Representative Terry.
I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me
Yes,
okay?
yes.
Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry. We do have a film credit that we are working on currently. It also is a carryover bill and has gotten more traction than it usually does every year. So I wouldn't necessarily say that that is not going to change this year. Just wanted to throw that out there. I'll be quiet now.
Thank you. We appreciate those comments, Representative Terry. Senator DeChambeau.
Thank you, Senator Libby. Yes, where did Maureen go? Oh, there she is in the other square. You run pretty fast. I mean, you're on the other side. Was that bill you referenced? I was going to mention that. Is that Representative Salisbury bill on?
Correct.
Okay. And yes, the traction started maybe 6 years ago with Senator Valentino, went to me, and now she's got it. So there's been a lot of steps, and I hope we're closer. That department has not moved forward for a long time. Thank you.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess the follow-up question to that is for members, especially of the Taxation Committee, including Representative Terry, if we moved the review for the media production companies up to number 1, would that be helpful to your committee as you look at this other bill?
Yes, it would, I believe. That being said, I don't know how much, Lucia would really be the best person to answer that question as it relates to timing of things. We will do our best to get that done by the end of February. And I don't know that that's enough time for OPEGA to get the work done that they need to get done.
Lucia, go ahead.
Sure, I would just, yes, exactly what Representative Terry just said. We are fully engaged in completing the research expense tax credit evaluation and the Child Protective Services review project right now. So whatever you come up with as next would be things that we would be starting to do preliminary research on in the spring. So it would be unfortunately not well timed to deal with that specific bill. And I did miss remembering that there is that bill. It's LD 1334 by Representative Salisbury that is carried over in tax.
Senator Bailey.
If only we had a process by which they could do like a quick analysis for taxation. That's a joke. But this does point out, kind of what we were talking about, just bridging the last conversation we had.
So at this point, we can make an adjustment to the group of 6. We can send it to tax for them to offer feedback. In the last several years, I don't know that tax has had much of a recommendation to change the order of this work, but you never know. So once they take a look at what we recommend, it'll come back to us for a vote and approval. So, a motion to adopt the schedule as presented would be in order, or a motion to adopt the schedule as presented with an amendment would also be in order. Representative Stover.
I would make a proposal to accept the schedule as presented.
Motion by Representative Stover. Is there a second? I don't know. This Representative Millet is seconding it. I didn't know if it was a question or a second.
Second.
And Lucia. Director
You're muted.
Nixon, I feel like I erred already by asking for a motion. It was contradictory to what I had laid out in the beginning. I suppose we can take a vote to recommend. We can take a vote to send the committee, the taxation committee, this schedule as presented. That can be a motion if Representative Stover and Representative Millet accept that friendly amendment.
That's the way I
Yes.
heard Representative Stover.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, I would amend amend the motion to send the schedule to taxation committee. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Sorry for confusing it. Lucia.
One other clarification, that there's 2 parts to, it's the proposed adjustments to the categorization, which is on page 1 of the 20-page document. And then there's the proposed schedule. So I think what I'm hearing, but I didn't hear that in the motion, so I just wanted to clarify that what was going to tax would be the proposed adjustments to the categorizations and the proposed schedule as reflected on the first 2 pages of the 20-page document.
Which would be page 2. Correct.
Page 1 and page 2.
Page one and page 2. So do we need an additional amendment to that original motion, or is that?
I think, I'm in agreement with what Lucia said. So if the person who made the motion and the seconder are agreeable, I think.
Yes. Okay.
I think we're on the same page. So just to restate the amendment on the floor, it's to send a schedule to the taxation committee for their review. And that includes the adjustments on page 1 of the table and the business incentive schedule on page number 2, along with the rest. Is the committee ready for the question? Okay, well, Mandy, would you call the roll?
Senator Libby?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Bailey?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Bennett?
Yes.
Yes. Senator DeChambeau?
Yes, yes,
Yes. Senator Keim?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Timberlake?
Yes.
Yes. Representative McDonald? Absent. Representative Arata?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Blyer?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Millet?
Yes.
Yes. Representative O'Neill?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Stover?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
11 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you. Motion is, the motion passes and it's unanimous. Senator DeChambeau.
Oops. Senator Libby, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to skip over. My committee is meeting now and I called in. Okay, see you later.
Understood. Thank you, Senator
Thank you.
DeChambeau. For members of the public, it's often the case where legislators serve on multiple committees and are asked to be in 2 or 3 places at once. And so it's certainly not for lack of interest often when you see a member need to leave. Okay, we're making good progress. We'll move on to number 5 in our agenda, which is information to support the 2021 expedited reviews by Taxation Committee. There's no GOC vote or action on this item. It's mostly information, and we'll turn it over to Lucia.
Thank you, Senator Libby. In your packet, you should have received a green document. I guess it's a little hard to see the way my screen is set up right now, but you should received a green bound document, and it's a copy of the November 2021 report from OPEGA to taxation. Just being presented to the GOC purely for informational purposes. It's a report that has been prepared annually by OPEGA for the expedited reviews that have been discussed already in several of the previous agenda items. And these are completed by the Taxation Committee. So one of the key roles that the Taxation Committee plays in the tax expenditure review process is to do the review of tax expenditures within broad policy areas. And OPEGA is required to provide supporting material. So we provide also that information to the GOC as for reference and information. As Senator Libby said, there's no action required by the GOC. It's just a requirement that OPEGA submit this information. And I would note that this did also come up in the discussion of the tax expenditure working group, where that working group made a recommendation that going forward, this information would be compiled by the Taxation Committee from a publication of Maine Revenue Services, which is commonly referred to as the Red Book, and then information that OPEGA provides in the annual adjustment of review categories, which you just discussed in the previous agenda item. So that would keep them up to date on what has OPEGA recommendations for additions or deletions from expedited reviews. And otherwise, they would get the summary information on specific expenditures from the MRS Red Book. And I believe Representative Terry is still listening. Perhaps it is my understanding that the Taxation Committee began their work on the expedited reviews at a work session or committee meeting this week.
We did. We started yesterday with an overview of everything and have are collecting some questions for OPEGA and Maine Revenue Service from committee members.
Thank you, Lucia and Representative Terry. I want to take a moment to note from our previous discussion how helpful it would be if there were 2 members of Taxation Committee on this group going forward. I was not able to attend yesterday's meeting. We're fortunate that Representative Terry was here, but there are often times where I'm asked what's going on in tax, or from a tax perspective, what's going on here. And I think it would be nice to have a Republican and a Democrat serving that role in the future.
For sure. We sort of had an informal discussion about that prior to getting on camera on Tuesday, and most of our committee members were in agreement that it would be very helpful for us and hopefully for GOC as well.
Okay. Questions or comments from committee on the 2021 report? Seeing none, we will move on to tab number 6 in your package. This is the OPEGA annual report. I'll turn it over to Lucia.
Thank you again. So the next report you have in your packet is another bound report This is a report that is required by statute that OPEGA prepare an annual report of the office's activities for each calendar year and submit that annual report to the GOC and to the legislature in January. So we are delivering that report to you today. It will also be forwarded to the full legislature electronically to meet that statutory requirement. As stated in that, as that quick summary, is that it is an overview of activities. If you open up and look in the report to the table of contents, I'll just sort of orient you and you can read it at your pleasure, and I can answer questions today or in the future if you wish. So basically the format of the report is to provide a year in review. And first we go through projects that were completed in 2021. Those include the Maine Citizens Initiative and People's Veto process, the seed capital investment tax credit evaluation, the tax credit for rehabilitation of historic properties, and the 2021 expedited review report, which I just shared with you. So those were the major evaluation projects completed and the expedited report completed in 2021. The annual report then goes on to summarize projects with substantial work in progress during that calendar year. That included work on Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services, the research expense tax credit evaluation, which is scheduled to be completed in the coming months. And then, of course, the work on child protective services, which began in earnest at the end of the summer. We also in the annual report provide for you a summary on activities related to past OPEGA reports. So what are the follow-up activities that we've engaged in to assist you in continuing your work on actions and recommendations related to those reports. And so that part of the annual report covers Pine Tree Development Zones, Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services, and then the ongoing oversight of child protective services issues. Next, and the final sort of substantive section of the report talks about the ways in which OPEGA has supported the GOC and the legislature in processing review requests, the GOC meetings, support to other policy committees, and then finally, the work that we did in staff support to the tax expenditure working group. The last item is the OPEGA budget is covered and a budget summary on page 11 for the calendar year is provided. And that is an overview for you. Again, it's a summary of activities. Pretty much you know what's going on. So I think it's as much for the legislature as a whole to learn more about what's going on. I think it should not be any news to you, but we're pleased to provide that to you and the full legislature at this time. There's no vote required on this type of report.
Thank you, Lucia. I do like the opportunity to look back and take stock at projects accomplished. Sometimes it's easy to get lost in the weeds when we're going through agendas, but when you look at a year of production, it's pretty impressive. And so on behalf of the committee, I know we all share our thanks and admiration to the staff for getting this done. Questions or comments? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This also includes activities that are not strictly tax expenditure reviews, starting on pages 7 and 8. We all remember how much time we spent on Maine indigent legal services and the child protective areas, but it was part of what I intended to comment on earlier when we were dealing with Sherwood, and that is that there's more to our role than just tax expenditure reviews. And in addition to the time that we spent on those two that I just mentioned, we've had inquiries, all of you will recall, multiple inquiries during the year for reviewing Workday Maine and an RFP award and Blueberry Commission work. And it seemed to me at the time when we created the work group on tax expenditures that we were getting a volume of activity assigned to us that expanded upon the tax expenditure review, which was already a very time-consuming assignment in itself. So I think this report highlights the fact that this is all about government accountability and program evaluation, not just tax expenditure reviews.
Well said, Representative. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 7, which is an update from the OPEGA director on status of projects.
Thank you again. So you have in your packets, electronic and mailed copies, the chart entitled 2021-22 Work Plan for OPEGA Evaluations and Related Work. That gives you the overview of the currently approved projects, the projects that are recently completed, and then the requests that are pending for further evaluation by OPEGA. So as I mentioned, I think it's come up a couple different times, but the research expense tax credit is very active right now in starting to move towards drafting a report to deliver to you this spring while you're still in session. And that is one of the tax expenditure full evaluations, sometimes called the R&D credit. Child Protective Services is front and center of our work right now, and this afternoon's meeting will be focused on that topic. We already talked about earlier this morning, talked about what's going to come, thoughts about what's next for tax expenditure evaluations. I would say that I think we've covered the follow-up. You will get your next update from the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. Last year, you voted to have quarterly updates from them, and we missed a little time over the holidays and with the full agenda today, but they will be scheduled for an upcoming meeting to do that next report. In terms of the new requests that are still open, I did want to call your attention to a letter that I sent to you by email. The committee, the GOC, had asked for updates from DAFs related to the Workday Maine project. And so you did receive a copy dated January 18th from Commissioner Figueroa, which has the current status report. And what I noted on that is that they are working on the project to unwind the contract with Workday Maine, and they had scheduled some preliminary mediation for this month, but that has been rescheduled to begin in March. And so that goes back to the original contractor. And then they have issued an RFP for a new implementation partner, and they commented in their letter that that RFP is closed. They got 3 bids and it's in proposal review stage at this point. So they can't really comment any further than that at this time. I refer you to that letter at this point for the written update that you had asked for. I think those are my updates, although in addition, I would like, if she's available, to introduce when at the appropriate moment, we have a new OPEGA staff member. So when that's appropriate, when you would like me to do that, I will do that.
Now is appropriate.
Okay, great. Lisa is, you can see on the screen, Lisa Plimpton has joined OPEGA as an analyst, and she is here in the office today with us and has been diving right into project work to support everyone in the office, including work on the Child Protective Services project and other work supporting some of the, helping support finalizing the research and expense tax credit evaluation. And we're very pleased to have Lisa.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here. It's nice to meet everyone and experience a meeting.
Nice to meet you, Lisa. Welcome to the team. And we appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
Questions or comments for Lucia on her report? Representative Miller.
Just a question to Lucia. I'm assuming, Lucia, that Mandy Connor is just being borrowed for today and not being stolen from OFPR.
Yes, I'm sorry if you missed that clarification at the beginning, Representative Millett. Yes, Sabrina is unable to join us today, and we are very fortunate to borrow Mandy for this one day. And OFPR has her forever, so no worries. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions or comments. Is there anything else we need to cover this morning, Lucia?
The only other item was to wrap up your meeting with your typical discussion of the next meeting date and planning for that.
Yeah, thank you. So traditionally, the GOC has met, I believe, on the first and third Fridays of the month. However, this year, that will likely conflict with school vacations. And so the co-chairs are proposing kind of a different schedule this time around. Our next meeting will be Friday, February 11th at 10 a.m. And then at that meeting, we expect, we'll have public comment on the Child Protective Services information brief. We'll get that update from we'll get the quarterly update from the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. And then looking ahead to March, we'll do the research expense tax credit and the child protective and the second report for child protective services. So just give you a sketch of the what's coming down the pipe. So again, after this month, our plan is to meet on the second and fourth Fridays of the month. And I think that also works for Senator Bailey, who is serving on another commission that meets Fridays. We just wanted to see if that works for folks. Is anyone who has a challenge for that, Senator Time?
No challenge. I just wanted to clarify the dates. So are you saying, okay, so in February, we'll meet the 11th and the 25th, and then it'll continue on that way. Is that correct?
Correct. I didn't say it as clearly as you did, but that is the intention. Let me just say it again. Second and fourth Fridays, putting aside this month and moving ahead to February, second and fourth Fridays would be the 11th and the 25th. And then in March, it's looking like the 11th and the 25th. April is a busy month for us. We'll plan for the 8th and the 22nd, but we also know the session schedule can get a bit unpredictable for April. We'll revisit that as needed. Okay. Any further questions or comments before we break for lunch? I applaud the committee on helping us finish right before 12 o'clock. I think that's great work on all our parts. When we come back at 1, we'll be joined by the Health and Human Services Committee. We'll have staff from the agencies in the waiting room if we have questions or comments after the OPECA presentation. Okay. We'll put the committee at ease. I believe the recording and the broadcast will stay active. So if members will turn their video off and turn on mute, I think that's probably the best way to put us at ease. So committee will be at ease until 1 o'clock. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, you gotta go.
That's so. Good afternoon, everyone. I thought maybe me talking would get more video cameras to turn on, so that's cool. We are recording and we're live streaming. Lucia, you ready? Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Nate Libby. I proudly represent the people of Lewiston in the Maine State Senate, and I serve as co-chair of the Government Oversight Committee. We will begin our afternoon session with introductions of committee members. We'll start with the GOC, and then we'll move to the HHS committee, who's joined us this afternoon. So if we could have GOC members introduce themselves, if I could find my list, that would make this go much more smoothly. Representative McDonald.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Representative Genevieve McDonald. I represent House District 134, which is the offshore islands of Penobscot Bay and Western Frenchman's Bay, and I serve as the House Chair of Government Oversight.
Thank you. Senator Kime.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lisa Kime, and I'm proud to represent Senate District 18, which is Northern Oxford County, and 2 communities in Androscoggin.
Thank you. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Donna Bailey, and I proudly represent the residents of Senate District 31.
Thank you. Senator Timberlake.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm Senator Jeff Timberlake. I represent District 22, parts of Androscoggin and Kennebec County.
Thank you. Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Solon Millet, House District 71, including the citizens of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
Thank you. Representative Arata.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Amy Arata. I represent House District 65, which includes New Gloucester and a part of Poland.
Thank you. Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Representative Mark Blyer. I represent District 22, which is all of Leamington and part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick.
Thank you. Representative Stover.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and part of South Bristol.
Thank you. And we are pleased to be joined today by the Health and Human Services Committee. So I'll turn it over to the co-chairs to lead introductions of members.
Thank you, Senator Libby. We'll start with Representative Lemelin.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Lemlin. I represent House District 88, which is Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Nobleboro.
Representative Stover has two hats on.
I'll pass. Thank you, Senator. I'm still Representative Holly Stover. Thank you.
Representative Perry.
I'm Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes the communities of Indian Township, Baileyville, Barron, Calais, Charlotte, Robinson, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Representative Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is John Connor, and I represent the good folks of part of Lewiston.
Thank you. Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Madigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Colleen Madigan. I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Representative Griffin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glumber, Levant, and Cadescate.
Senator Moore.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is all of Elliott and parts of Kittery and South Berwick.
And I'm Ned Claxton. I'm honored to serve the folks in Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, where I live, mine at Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, HHS committee members. I'd like a couple of additional members to introduce themselves. Senator Bennett.
Good afternoon. I'm Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving people in the Lakes region, the Oxford Hills, and the Freiburg area, the southern parts of Oxford County, and the Lakes region area of Cumberland County in the Maine Senate. Good to see you.
Thank you. And Senator DeChambeau.
Good evening, and good afternoon, I should say. It's great to see all of you. I just like this. I am Senator Susan DeChambeau from District 32. I represent my hometown of Biddeford. And we'll throw in a few other towns that add up to the population of Biddeford there. It's Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, and Kennebec-Port. Thank you.
Thank you. We're also joined by staff from the Office of Program Evaluation and Government Accountability, as well as the Office of OPLA, which I'm obviously blanking on what the acronym stands for, but an important nonpartisan staff office that supports our work. So I see that Senator Claxton had his hand up and then he did the head fake. So
With the permission of the chair, I was just going to give, with the permission of the chair, I was just going to give our analyst a chance to introduce herself.
Sure.
Anna.
Please do.
Hi, I'm Anna Broom. I'm one of the analysts for the Health and Human Services Committee, and I work in the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
Thank you, Anna, for the introduction and the reminder. Lucia, do you want to introduce yourself and the staff who are with us today?
Good afternoon. I'm Lucia Nixon. I'm the Director of the Office of Program Evaluation and Government Accountability. And I'd like Amy Gagne to introduce herself.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Gagne, and I'm an analyst with OPEGA.
Okay. Great. So I offered some remarks at the beginning of this morning's GOC meeting just to set some context and hopefully appropriately adjust expectations for what we're about to receive for a presentation today. I'd like to repeat those comments. My apologies for the GOC members who've heard these already, but I think it's important just to be very, very clear about what our work this afternoon is about. So this is a joint meeting between the Government Oversight Committee and the Health and Human Services Committee. And this afternoon we'll be receiving a presentation from the OPEGA on their information brief on oversight of Child Protective Services. The information brief on oversight of Child Protective Services is the first of 3 reports that the GOC has tasked OPEGA with developing with respect to the Office of Child and Family Services, Child Protective Services generally, and of course this this project was brought on by a series of tragic, unfortunate events over the last several months, where several children have lost their lives. The project that we're going to be receiving a presentation on today, again, is the first of a 3-part series. What we will receive today is an information brief, and that is different from a full evaluation or a full investigation of a department. It is a smaller scope project, and it's precisely what we asked the OPEGA to bring us back as part of phase 1 of this project. So an information brief provides us relevant facts and background and contextual information to help us build knowledge and understanding of a topic at hand. But an information brief does not contain recommendations for policymakers to implement. We expect those to come in phase 2 and phase 3, but not today. To say that in a different way, an information brief is different from and more limited than an evaluation report. For an evaluation report, which we have asked OPEGA to do for phase 2 and phase 3, OPEGA analyzes and evaluates the performance and outcomes of a program or agency and provides us as policymakers findings and recommendations. And again, we expect that component of the work to come in the 2nd and 3rd phase of this project, which is scheduled for March and September of this year, respectively. So in summary, today is a broad strokes overview, a presentation of an informational brief. And this work will be followed in the coming months with additional findings and recommendations from the Office of OPEGA. So for the benefit of the public, anyone else who's watching, what you'll expect to receive today is higher level. And as we move forward, we will dig into more details specific to the cases that triggered this project in the first place. So with that, before we receive the presentation from OPEGA, are there questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, we'll turn it over to Lucia Nixon.
Thank you very much, Senator Libby, Senator Claxton, Representative McDonald, and Representative Meyer. I appreciate the opportunity to present this information brief to the joint meeting of the Government Oversight Committee and the Health and Human Services Committee this afternoon. You should have all received now a copy of the report and a copy of the presentation slides. I will also be screen sharing those slides as we go through the presentation this afternoon. And I have Amy Gagne here with me on screen. She is one of the leads of the Child Protective Services project team here in Opega and is available to assist with adding information and responding to questions during the presentation and the questions that follow. Unless there's any other questions, I think I'm ready to get started, and I will start sharing my screen. Is that visible? Is that a good visible level for you? Thumbs up. Okay, thank you, Senator Claxton. Okay, so welcome to the information brief on oversight of Maine's Child Protective Services. As Senator Libby mentioned in the introduction, this is the first part of a three-part project that the GOC assigned to Opega in the summer of 2021. Today, you'll hear a presentation of the information brief on oversight of Child Protective Services. And then the second and third parts of this project will be really diving into the topic of protecting child safety and doing Opega doing evaluation work on child safety during the initial investigation and assessment period. And that is scheduled to have a report in March of 2022. And then protecting child safety during reunification and permanency. And that is scheduled to have a report in September of this year. Senator Libby has also already done a good job of giving you a heads up about what an information brief is. It's a synthesis of facts and backgrounds and context, and different from a full evaluation. And those second and third parts will be full evaluations, as he mentioned. So what are the assigned topics that were given to Opega for this information brief? First was the current oversight structure. Second, roles and responsibilities of the oversight entities. Third, information sharing between and among the various oversight entities. Fourth, best practices and models of oversight. And fifth, effectiveness and structure. And I'll just note again, because we did not get to the level of program evaluation, we are somewhat limited in what we can say or conclude about effectiveness, but we will offer some observations. This research for this information brief has been conducted by Opega staff between August and December of this year, and preparation of the report in December and early this month. And I would also note that oversight can mean a lot of different things. So the GOC did provide some direction to Opega on how to frame oversight of Child Protective Services for this report. And we defined the definition for Child Protective Services, which again also can be defined in different ways, was those services administered and delivered by the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Child and Family Services, which I may abbreviate to OCFS as I go through this afternoon. Second, what kind of oversight, and the oversight that was scoped to be included would be oversight in the form of review and monitoring of Child Protective Services by state entities and federal entities. Just a quick overview of where the presentation will go this afternoon. We'll start talking about the overall oversight landscape. We'll then turn to the lessons and observations that we had coming out of this work. Third, we'll give you some more detailed information about federal regulatory oversight of Child Protective Services. And then we'll turn to looking at the constellation of state oversight, advisory oversight entities and how they work together and individually in performing oversight functions. So this slide gives you a visual representation that we put together of the oversight landscape. If you see DHHS, Office of Child and Family Services in the center, federal regulatory oversight is here. They have some direct regulatory authority and control of funding. State legislative oversight, I'm just going to note, that is what you all do day in and day out as legislators. We did not cover that in the scope of this, but we wanted to make sure we mentioned it as definitely part of the oversight landscape. But we're going to spend time filling you in on what the other folks do in addition to the work that you all do. So on this other side are the state oversight entities, and these are all in an advisory role rather than a regulatory role. And there are 5 entities that we'll talk about today. The Children's Ombudsman. There are 3 panels that we will refer to at times as CAPTA panels, and that comes from the Federal Child Abuse and Prevention Treatment Act, CAPTA, which requires states to have certain citizen review panels as a condition of funding. So Maine has the Maine Child Welfare Advisory Panel, the Justice for Children Task Force, and the Child Death and Serious Injury Review Panel. And then also what we've included here is the Maine Domestic Homicide Review Panel. This is another panel that does have a role in looking at cases where there's domestic abuse, homicide that involves children or a child welfare situation. Lessons and observations from the research we did for this information brief. First, and this runs through the 5 topics that I outlined as defined for us by the GOC. So first, on the structure of oversight, we observed that Child Protective Services are subject to in-depth regulatory oversight by the federal government, as well as advisory oversight from a network of state level entities. So that's sort of a verbal summary of what you saw on the previous page. That the federal oversight is both comprehensive and outcomes oriented and includes financial penalties for nonconformance. That the state level advisory oversight importantly involves all 3 branches of government and different levels of government as well, and both public and private sector stakeholders. On the topic of roles and responsibilities in the oversight landscape, we found and observed that the different entities address both what I'm calling macro level and micro level oversight and review. So macro level speaking to the overall system, and micro level speaking to looking into individual cases. And these include cases of death and serious injury. The 4 state level panels and the Children's Ombudsman do have distinct missions and are complementary in some ways. And there is a degree of overlap because of their unified focus on child welfare and child protection, but they do have some nuanced differences, which we'll talk about as we get further. For the topic of information sharing, we found that information is routinely and regularly shared among the state oversight entities and with the department and the Office of Child and Family Services. And this often results from the fact that the various panels and the Child Welfare Ombudsman or Children's Ombudsman do serve on multiple entities in the oversight landscape, and this facilitates information sharing and communication. We noted that several of the state oversight entities and panels are working to formalize and institutionalize their information sharing practices to ensure continuity and consistency moving forward. In terms of best practices and models, we saw that the state oversight entities are, for the most part, structured and practicing in a manner that generally aligns with best practices for Child Protective Service oversight that we could find that were published and referenced in the field. We also found that some of these entities have started to make and in the process of implementing changes to further improve that alignment with best practices. On the effectiveness of structure, as I noted earlier, because we have not yet completed any full evaluation aspects of this work, we can't draw specific conclusions about effectiveness. However, we do feel that based on the research we conducted, we can say that the current oversight structure does include many opportunities for the department to obtain multiple points of view and draw on the expertise of multiple professional disciplines across both the private sector and the public sector and multiple levels and branches of the public sector and governmental entities. So that gives you a high-level overview of the lessons and observations that came out of doing this research and pulling it all together. What we're going to do now is to walk through some of the different components to help you get a little bit more insight into each of them and how they fit into this overall picture. And we're going to start with federal regulatory oversight. The federal oversight that's provided is consistent, extensive, and detailed. It's an in-depth process that tracks and measures outcomes for children and families, as well as systemic factors that are related to those outcomes. The consistency is demonstrated by the fact that it's the same process used in all states. In terms of being extensive, it includes a process that evaluates 7 major child and family outcomes and 7 systemic factors, and the process involves numerous stakeholders in the state, numerous levels, and frequent reviews. So it's a very in-depth and thorough process. And it's also detailed, which we'll get into that a little bit further as we move into the next slide about what are the details of this process. And some of the key terms will be the Child and Family Services Review and the Program Improvement Plan. And these are elements of the federal process. So the Child and Family Services Review is really central to federal oversight. And this slide gives you a high-level bullet points on some of the elements of that review, but there is a lot more detail underlying it. This process is used by the federal government to ensure conformity with federal performance standards, to assess what's happening with children and families in the states, and to assist the states in enhancing their capacity to deliver services. The federal government conducts these reviews on a rotating basis with the different states. Maine has completed its 3rd Child and Family Services Review recently. I just noticed that acronym is reversed up there. My apologies. So first of all, what is assessed and reviewed? And they refer to these as child and family outcomes and systemic factors. If you would like to see the details on this, Appendix B in the report, which you have a copy of, provides a detailed listing of the specific items that are measured and assessed. As I mentioned earlier, there's 7 child and family outcome areas. The areas are safety, permanency, and well-being, and then there's specific items within each of those areas. For the systemic factors, there's factors related to the statewide information system, the state's case review system, quality assurance, training, and several other areas. And the way this works is that there are these components: case reviews, stakeholder interviews, and statewide assessment. And these all together combine to make up the Child and Family Services Review. There are 65 cases reviewed every 6 months, and those are broken down into 40 foster care cases and 25 service cases. And so with those being done every 6 months, there's 130 cases reviewed every year. And there's a very, very detailed process that is prescribed by the federal government for what this review includes. It looks at caseworker documentation. It involves interviews with caseworkers, parents, and children, and other stakeholders. And as a result of this in-depth process, there's a statewide assessment that pulls together both data from the case reviews, other data in the state system, information from the interviews, and that gets pulled together in what's called the CFSR final report. And that report is issued by the United States Department of Health and Human Services Children's Bureau, which is within the Administration for Children and Families. And that final report lists out all the areas of conformity and the areas needing improvement. So one important thing to note is that these standards that they have, or measures of what is conformity is measured against, are extremely high. They're so high, in fact, that no state has achieved substantial conformity on all outcomes or factors. And the way they define substantial conformity is 95% of cases typically. There's some items for which it's 90%. So any state that is not in full conformity is required to develop what's called a Program Improvement Plan, or PIP. And the PIP is required to address any of those areas. And there's a period for PIP implementation and PIP evaluation. There are financial penalties that are assessed for nonconformity, but they are withheld pending the completion of the PIP. So if the CFSR comes out with a finding of nonconformity, penalties are computed, but they are withheld and not assessed on the state during the period of the Program Improvement Plan. This may be a little hard to see, so I would refer you to page 8 of the report and table 1. So this looks at Maine's performance in the 3rd round of the Child and Family Services reviews. And for reference and context, we didn't have space to put all 50 states, but we put the other New England states into the chart for your reference. And to show, so Maine in the 3rd round was found in the final report to be in substantial conformity with 1 of the child and family outcomes and 4 of the 7 systemic factors. As you can see from the chart, the prevalence of nonconformity is very, very high, particularly in the child and family outcomes. In the systemic factors, there's some variation. There's certain, for case reviews, staff and provider training, and service array and resource development, there was no conformance, for example, in any of the New England states. So you can see that there's definitely, if you think of it in terms of the extremely high bars that are set, then it makes a little more sense to see this nonconformance. So here we have Maine for 1 outcome area, and we had conformity, but not in any of the others. And similarly, we had about a mix in the systemic factors. So a program improvement plan was clearly required. It was approved in February of 2020. Normally, there would be a time period that was, that would be completed within several years. But due to the COVID-19 pandemic and some other factors, there have been extensions that have been pursued and approved by the federal government for Maine, and as well as I'm sure other states. So this has been extended for the implementation period of the program improvement plan is now extended until July 31st of this year. And the evaluation period goes for, it looks like about 18 months after that. So it will continue, and that's during which the progress towards reaching the goals is assessed. So I'm going to turn our attention now to giving you an overview of the state level oversight. As I mentioned earlier, there are these 5 different entities that we looked at. There are 4 of them are panels. One of them is called a task force, but for the ease of reference, we will refer to it as a panel in this discussion. And then there's the Children's Ombudsman, which is a separate office. And we wanted to emphasize that none of these, unlike the federal government, none of these entities has regulatory authority over OCFS, but they each do provide a type of oversight through formal and informal recommendations, advice, review, and implementation of special projects and the issuance of reports. So for the purposes of this information brief, we refer to them collectively as advisory oversight entities. And we note that access to data, information sharing, and relationships between and among these entities are integral to their ability to provide effective oversight. First, we're going to talk a bit more about the Children's Ombudsman, and then we'll do a brief walkthrough of the 4 different panels. For context, there are 23 states that have dedicated children's ombudsmen or child advocates. There are also a number of other states that have either a statewide ombudsman office that covers children's services, but is not specifically dedicated to a children's ombudsman. There are also some other states that have other types of oversight, but there are 23 states that have something quite similar to Maine. In Maine, this was put into statute in 2001, and it is contracted out. And we did notice in reviewing the research and literature that this is a rather unique feature of Maine's structure. The National Conference on State Legislatures collects information about ombudsman offices, and this seems to be the only one actually that has this specific structure in the United States that we were able to find. The ombudsman is currently staffed for 2 positions, and the ombudsman has reported to OPEGA and in other forums that this limited staffing can make it challenging to meet the demands on the office. And I would just also, as a side note, say there are several pieces of proposed legislation before the legislature that get to the staffing issues for the ombudsman, and those will be before the Health and Human Services Committee this session. So the major functions of the ombudsman are to intake and respond to citizen inquiries and complaints. So it's important to note that the orientation and function of an ombudsman office is response to complaints. So that's the universe that they start with. And they take in calls, people with questions, people with complaints about the department and their treatment or their children, or the treatment of themselves or their children. And from that set of complaints, the ombudsman determines a subset of cases that warrant investigation and has a process for screening those to determine. So then the ombudsman proceeds with conducting individual case investigations. For those investigations, the ombudsman under statute has guaranteed access to the department's case files, records, and personnel. As a result of the case investigations, the ombudsman makes recommendations to the department. There are 2 types of recommendations. There are confidential recommendations that speak to an individual case or perhaps a pattern observed in several cases, and those go directly to the department at any time in the year. And then there's the public recommendations that are synthesized and reported annually from the ombudsman to the legislature, including these 2 committees. We also looked at best practices for ombudsman's offices, and there were 4 different domains that we looked at. These came from looking at a National Conference of State Legislatures report and some research, also resources referenced in that report from the U.S. Ombudsman Association. And the 4 domains of best practices are independence, impartiality, confidentiality, and a credible review process for complaints. In the right-hand column of this table, we note Maine's practice on each of these 4 dimensions. The Ombudsman in Maine is an independent program, designated as an independent program within the executive branch, and is delivered through an annual contract with a nonprofit organization. That contract is managed by DAFs rather than DHHS. In terms of impartiality, the contractor under statute must be deemed to be free of potential conflicts of interest as they're determining the contract award. And there are also limits on the ombudsman's state level partisan activities. In terms of confidentiality, there are confidentiality requirements outlined in the ombudsman statutes that protect the information, records, and case-specific reports, and disclosure is regulated pursuant to similar regulations of confidentiality and disclosure for the Department of Health and Human Services. Another hallmark of best practices is to have a credible review process, and that is measured in terms of a process that engenders respect and is accessible to potential complainants. And one way to look at the credibility is to look at requirements of the individuals tasked with doing this work. And we noted that in statute currently, the ombudsman is required to be either an attorney or a master's level social worker. And in terms of accessibility to complainants, the Maine Ombudsman has a website and offers multiple avenues to file complaints and dedicates approximately 50% of the time communicating with the public. So that's a substantial part of their work. This brings us to the panels. 3 of the 4 panels are the CAPTA panels that relate to the Federal Child Abuse and Prevention Treatment Act. So we'll start with those. So the Federal Child Abuse and Prevention Treatment Act has something called citizen review panels, and they are required under the provisions of that act in order to receive funding under the act. And pursuant to the federal law, the purpose of those panels is to examine policies, procedures, and practices of state and local child welfare agencies, and also specific child welfare cases, and to evaluate the extent to which the state and local child welfare service agencies are discharging their responsibilities. If we look at the group of all advisory oversight panels in the state, there are these 3 federal CAPTA panels: the main Child Welfare Advisory Panel, the Justice for Children Task Force, the Child Death and Serious Injury Review Panel, and the main Domestic Abuse Homicide Review Panel. 2 of these panels are specified in state statute or established in state statute, and that's the Child Death and Serious Injury Review Panel and the Domestic Abuse Homicide Review Panel. In terms of their overall role and responsibilities, at the outset, I noted that they're unified in their focus on child welfare and child protection, but the angle from which they come at it or the specific focus does vary somewhat, and together that provides for a complementary system. The main Child Welfare Advisory Panel, or MCWAP, has the overall role of assuring the system is meeting safety, permanency, and well-being of children and families, and it conducts assessment, research, advocacy, and citizen involvement. This group was formed in 2015 out of 2 previously existing groups, so its work existed before. It was combined and delivered in this one entity in 2015. They meet monthly. They do make recommendations to the department. As I noted before, they don't have any regulatory authority, but the department is required under CAPTA to respond to their recommendations. The Justice for Children Task Force is under the judicial branch of Maine government, so it's in a distinctly separate branch of government. It does work in conjunction with the executive and legislative branches, and it meets quarterly and does a lot of work through projects and subcommittees. The latter 2 of these groups are specified in state statutes, and they're also similar in the fact that they look at individual cases and conduct individual case reviews and investigation. So the Child Death and Serious Injury Review Panel reviews those deaths and serious injuries and recommends ways to improve the child protective system to increase child protection and reduce fatalities. These are collaborative and multidisciplinary case reviews and include amongst this panel folks such as the chief medical examiner and a number of other medical professionals. They do periodic cluster and individual reviews, which go to increasing levels of specificity. So a cluster review would look at a cluster of similar cases, and individual review would look at one individual case. The main Domestic Abuse and Homicide Review Panel. So not all of these cases do pertain to child welfare, but there definitely are cases of domestic abuse, homicide that involve children. And this is most closely connected to the Attorney General's office. While it's not required to be under the Attorney General's office by statute, it is has been operating out of that office and chaired by the criminal division chief of the Attorney General's office for the past 20 years. It is a multidisciplinary panel, as all of them are. And it comes under the Maine Commission on Domestic and Sexual Abuse, which is specified in statute. This group has access to Attorney General case files of homicides, including at some points also confidential information from Department of Health and Human Services that have been obtained by court order. The Child and Death and Serious Injury Review Panel relies heavily on Department of Health and Human Services confidential data. Pulling this together, what are some of the themes that we saw in looking across these state advisory oversight panels? In terms of structure, We found there was a broad spectrum of perspectives and expertise across these panels from both the public and the private sector. And as I mentioned earlier, representing multiple branches of state government. There's multidisciplinary expertise across a range of areas, including child welfare, the judicial system, health and mental health, law enforcement, child and family service providers, and others. Some of these panels also include representatives of families and youth who have aged out of the child welfare system. As I noted earlier, they address both this macro level oversight. So the ones that aren't doing the case reviews are really looking at systemic issues. And then they have 2 of the 4 panels that are doing micro level review of specific cases. Information is routinely shared among the advisory panels and between the panels and the department. Now, what type of information this is varies. So for the ones who have access, for instance, the Child Death and Serious Injury Review Panel has the authority to access individual case file information. Other panels, such as the Maine Child Welfare Advisory Panel, would be more likely, does not have that sort of authority, but would get routine presentations from OCFS management and also has OCFS representatives on the panel, which facilitates information sharing. We also looked at best practices for advisory oversight panels in general. And for this, we looked at citizen review panels under CAPTA. So as I noted earlier, the federal CAPTA law requires these panels, and so they exist in nearly every state, if not every state. And the ubiquity of this makes for a lot of work done to say, how can we do this as best possible? And there is a table on page 19 of the report if you want to look in detail at best practices for citizen reviews panels and how Maine performs. The domains that are evaluated are access to information, consultation and feedback, staff and logistical support, how it relates to the child welfare agency, issues around the diversity of membership and the expectation of members, annual reporting, and connection to other advocates and stakeholders. And so through the information that we gathered through our detailed review of documents and interviews with representatives of all of these different panels, pulling that together, we found that there was increasing and formalized, there was increased independence from the department and increased formalization of that independence. So what is recommended for instance, for the relationship, the best practice, as you'll see in detail in the table, is that the panel would be connected but not controlled by the department, and that there would be a formalized relationship. And what we saw, for example, is that there is variation in the degree of independence, but that there is some movement towards increased independence. For example, the Maine Child Welfare Advisory Panel has been shifting to having it co-chaired by 2 citizen members. And that has been, whereas to sort of continuing to include the department's role in the panel, but highlighting and elevating the role of the citizens on the panel. And one way in which they're formalizing these relationships is that many of these have bylaws or charters, these panels, and so they're using those as a way to formalize their relationships to the department. This also speaks to reporting. Some of them are making increased efforts and focusing more on annual reporting. So the CAPTA law does require annual reports, and some of these have been written by the department to meet the federal requirements, but the panels are now starting to take more responsibility for annual reporting. And for instance, the Maine Child Welfare Advisory Panel has produced full citizen-led reports beginning in 2020. And so that's just one example, but the one thing that they are sort of beefing up and trying to pay more attention to is really getting these reports out there and delivered so that people have as much information as possible. To review what I've covered so far for you this afternoon, again, there's a wealth of detail in the report. I encourage everyone to take their time to work through it. But as a high-level overview, and takeaways for you to remember after this afternoon is that the oversight combines federal regulatory oversight and state level advisory oversight. That the federal oversight is consistent, extensive, and detailed, that tracks and measures outcomes. And it also includes financial penalties for nonconformity, and also includes a very structured process for states to work towards bringing themselves into conformity and reaching the performance standards. The state advisory entities, there are multiple number of them. They review system level issues as well as specific cases. They provide recommendations to the department, and they execute special projects to improve the system. The difference here is that they are all advisory in nature and do not have any regulatory authority, although the department for the captive panels is required to respond, and there is a system in place for the department, I know, to respond to the Child Welfare Ombudsman's reports as well. OPEGA relied heavily and appreciates the input, assistance, and support from a number of offices and these panels that I've mentioned, including the Office of Child and Family Services and DHHS, the Children's Ombudsman, the Child Welfare Advisory Panel, Justice for Children Task Force, Child Death and Serious Injury Review Panel, and the Domestic Abuse Homicide Review Panel. Represented chairs and representatives of those panels and offices were very generous with their time and assistance in helping us complete this work and develop this portrait of the child welfare landscape for you. As of this presentation, the report is available on the OPEGA website under reports and also on the GOC meeting page for today's meeting. As this is an OPEGA report, the next step would be a public comment period, which will be scheduled by the GOC, and that is tentatively scheduled for February 11th. And then the GOC may enter into a work session to discuss the report. In closing, I just wanted to recognize the project staff that worked very hard on this report and pulled it all together. These include Matt Crook and Amy Gagne, who are project leads for our overall CPS review project, and Scott Farwell, Jennifer Henderson, Joel Lee, and Lisa Plimpton, who are also analysts that are contributing significantly to our work on child welfare. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Lucia, for that information brief. I'll note for our members that in the attendee waiting room, we have Christine Alberry, Todd Landry, and Molly Bogart, who are available to answer questions that committee members may have. Having received the information brief, do members have questions or comments for OPEGA or for the attendees? I see Senator Bailey, followed by Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lucia. And this has been very helpful and just very informative. I have two questions that are really questions of clarification to help me understand better. The first is, you mentioned a few times, you talked about information sharing, and in some places I understood you to talk about that they were sharing between panels. And then at other points, you talked more about the information sharing with the department. So can you first clarify, do these panels actually share information between each other? And if so, how does that happen? Because my understanding is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong in this, because this may be an incorrect assumption on my part, is that panel members on these panels are bound by confidentiality. So I don't understand how they can be sharing information. So that's my first question. Thank you.
Sure, I'll start and I'll probably ask Amy to chime in. But I think one thing we were trying to get at is some of these panels that are not all of some of the information they discuss is confidential and some isn't. And it was our understanding that there is some overlap of members between different panels, and that their knowledge and expertise. I would defer to Amy about more specifics on the any information that they may have gathered about the specific requirements for membership of the panels and confidentiality.
Yes, Senator Bailey is correct that any confidential information that's being shared within a panel would be expected to remain confidential within the members of that panel. When we talk about information sharing, it is related to these various entities being able to share information with OCFS and OCFS sharing information with them. And then separately, there may be overlap of folks being on various panels, but they would have an expectation not to be sharing any confidential information with others.
Okay, so the sharing really flows through the department one way or another. Is that, I mean, I know that's an overbroad statement, but is that fair? It's not through the other members, it's through the department. Okay.
Correct. And we were just, I think the shared membership would maybe be a better way to say it. There's some overlapping membership, so there's shared knowledge, but the flow of information would be primarily between the departments and the panels.
All right, thank you. And then my other question is somewhat related, and just want to again clarify, and I think you've already answered this. These panels, there's no public information unless they publish an annual report, correct? So the public doesn't have access to their minutes, or they can't tune into their meetings. Again, these are all done confidentially, for lack of a better word, and not under the scrutiny of the public or the press, for example. Is that accurate?
I would like to look into that further, but I would expect that if they're dealing with confidential information, I'm not sure that all of these are, and general provisions for publicly formed entities that are established as task forces in statute and our public proceedings, but I would need to look into the details of the specific, maybe, I don't know, Amy might have more details on that.
Okay, thank you. I mean, a corollary of that is, are any of these subject to Maine's Freedom of Access Act, for example, which I think is what you're alluding to, but
yes. So I think the information that's confidential that they handle would be protected from disclosure, but there may be elements of their work that I would need to double check on the extent to which they're subject to FOA.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Timberlake, followed by Representative Arado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the overview. It's been like the report, very enlightening. Don't always know I like the enlightening part of it that I'm hearing, but Mr. Chair, I'd like to pose my first question through you, so make sure that I understand everything as you started this off today. Somewhere around 11th, we're going to be open to public comment, and then we're going to get a review back from a committee in March, and then another one not until September. So do I understand this right, that we won't be taking any action or doing any recommendations until after September of this coming year?
Thank you for the question, Senator Timberlake. You and I and the committee had lengthy discussions in the fall about this timeline, and my recollection of the agreement was we wanted an analysis of the circumstances involved in the cases, and an analysis of how the OCFS functions with recommendations for improvement for us to be able to take action on during this session. And that resulted in an agreement of getting this second part of the project done in March. And then the full scope of work that OPEGA presented, it was not practical given the staff that they have to get it all done by March. So September was the target for part 3. And Lucia can fill in any additional information on timing that I may have left out.
Sure, I can confirm that there will be an evaluation report at the end of March, and that is an OPEGA evaluation on protecting child safety during investigation and assessment, and that would produce findings and recommendations that the Government Oversight Committee can process and work this session, and that does not need to wait until that will be a standalone report, but will also clearly inform the final report that is due in September. I would just like to clarify that based on the scope that was assigned to us and by the GOC, it is not our understanding that it is looking at investigating those specific cases, but that we are looking at how OCFS conducts investigations and elements of child safety that would potentially have been implicated in those cases, but we are not conducting case-specific reviews of those cases as was completed by the Casey Family Programs Project.
Appreciate the clarification, Lucia. I intended to say something like that, but obviously you said it much better than I.
I'm
Senator
not sure that's true, Mr. Chair. I think you did a good job of saying it. So to follow up, my concerns is that we all know that when session gets over, we go into the full-blown campaign modes throughout the year. And you know how I feel, Mr. Chair, and I think everybody on this committee feels the exact same way, and even on the DHHS committee. So that I hope that in March that we're going to come forward with some recommendations. With that being said, after listening today, the one thing that really concerns me today as I listened to this, and I wondered if we had the availability to see any of the reviews that these 4 different committees do in how they communicate with each other, because I think that's very important to what we find out what happened, because I see this as just bigger and bigger bureaucracy, that one child welfare advisory panel passes it to the Justice Children's Task Force, to the child death and serious injury panel, to the Maine domestic abuse panel. And I just get really concerned of how this overlaps each other, and people get lost and things get lost. And I don't want to say cover up, because that's a poor word. I don't mean that in any stretch of the way, but I really am concerned about how this gets lost and how we get it. So do we have the ability to see what each one of their reports are and their reviews as the GOC committee? I know we have the ability to subpoena and all that other stuff, but I think it's important to know what they're telling each other and how they're working together. Because as I read this, those are the ones that are dealing with the 4 deaths of these children this last year, and the 2 deaths before that. And, these are the people that we're really concerned about, how we get to what every single one of us on this meeting want to get to. So that's my question. Do we get to see what they're telling each other?
Senator Timberlake, are you posing the question to the chair or to the staff or anyone?
Anybody that can answer it.
I'll offer a comment, and then I'll see if the staff have a comment. We asked principals and representatives from these oversight entities to speak with us last summer/fall. At that time, I'll share my view, which is I did not have a lot of context for how these agencies interacted and communicated with each other. I think part of the idea behind creating this project that we're receiving today is to understand how they interact and what the lay of the land is, and if there are gaps or if there is overlap. I'm sort of surprised to see that there doesn't seem to be a lot of gaps, that there is quite a bit of overlap. If there were gaps, you could partially explain why some families and some children fall through the cracks. When there's overlap, you sort of scratch your head and say, how did nobody pick up on what was going on? So I think to your question, I would say, with the sort of baseline information that we've been given today, perhaps the GOC wants to invite the panels to come speak with us again so we can engage in a bit more direct dialogue with them to understand how they work together and how the information flows. That's one idea. Folks may have other ideas. Senator Timberlake, you asked a question about information disclosure. I think there's confidentiality challenges, but I'm not an expert. I don't know if the staff can maybe speak to what in the way of information could be shared beyond their annual reports with folks like us. Sorry, Lucia.
Thank you. I just did want to note that each of these panels has information. Again, it's not the confidential information, but they have meeting minutes and agendas and reports on their websites. There is one website, I believe, for the 3 captive panels, or there is a consolidated website, and we could get you that link. But there is record keeping and information about all of their meetings and what is discussed, but clearly the confidential information would not be included there. So that's just on what information is disclosed.
I don't know as I'm really looking for the confidential information as much as I am to know how one panel deals with another. And Senator Libby said it way better than I did, that with all this overlap, how did we have, I was expecting to see, as he said, the cracks in the system, and I didn't see the cracks. And so how did this system fail in such a manner? And how do I get, and I ask you this question, how do I get to find out if the reviews has that? If you'd send me the link, I'd be much appreciated, and I'll get somebody to print it off for me, because I'll never figure it out how to click from one link to another and print it off. I don't lie to you. If my grandchildren ain't sitting beside me, it gets to be a world crisis. When it comes, I have figured out how to push the button up here on the thing to put mute on and mute off, but those are things that concern me. I'm going to get off and let everybody else talk, but I just wanted to make it known where I'm concerned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Arata, followed by Senator Claxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to note that I share Senator Timberlake's concern that we do something sooner rather than later. But my question is stimulated by the tragedy occurring in New Hampshire, where there's a missing child. And it seems that somehow a communication didn't get from one state to another state, and that's how she ended up being placed in an unsafe situation. I was wondering if the state of Maine communicates with other states and how we can prevent that same sort of tragedy from occurring here. I didn't see that in the report. And of course, that's not something that was really on our radar until recently. So I was wondering if you could get that information maybe for our next meeting, if you don't know already. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Lucia.
I would just say, yeah, that's something we could look into for the next meeting, or perhaps something you could ask the department about what they might, if you call on them at some point, they might be able to answer that. But we would need to look into it to get back to you for the next meeting in terms of how the state and when the state communicates with other states.
It seems like it should be part of a comprehensive report of any sort that we have. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Claxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to reassure Senator Timberlake a bit that there are currently 7 bills that relate to Child Protective Services and OCFS to be heard in HHS. They're already in our possession and will be heard in the next month. So I don't think we're going to end up needing to wait. We may learn additional things from the March report and the September report, but at this juncture, we have plenty of information to proceed with handling those bills, one of which is a placeholder that we can put anything we want into. And we'd welcome any suggestions you come up with or others as we go along based on what we're learning from these kinds of reports. And then I think this is a multi-step process to understand where the opportunities are to contribute to helping OCFS run as safe an organization as possible. So I wanted to point out the fact of the 7 bills. I also wanted to note that the ombudsman turns in 2 reports annually, one that's confidential and goes to the department directly and is not for public consumption, and the other is public. So there is a separation of the confidential from the public, and a lot of the conversations from these committees, as I learned today from reading this very helpful report, thank you, Lucia, and your team, all have a report annually, but I don't know and can't speak to how widely that's shared. And I also can't speak to the possibility of improving things by having a more structured interaction between these committees, which is one of the things that seems to be evolving according to the report that I had a chance to go through. So I hope that's helpful information.
Thank you, Senator. I think that is helpful information. Lucia.
I just wanted to quickly note for GOC members who aren't on the HHS committee, we did, for your reference, include a list of the bills at the time of the report that was printed. That's on Appendix D, page 35 of the bound information brief. So that's a good reference for GOC members who won't have those right in front of them.
Senator Claxton.
Sorry, back again. I also want to point that a lot of the documents that, and I think Todd Landry could speak much more knowledgeably about some of these things, but some of the documents that are referenced in the information brief, the state improvement plan, are available online and are very extensive. I'm in the process of printing off 40 pages related to the review of the items where we didn't meet standards and trying to understand what's in place to do those. But it's a 200+ page document that obviously has required lots of introspection on the department's part. And that will be also part of the conversation as we review these bills that we'll be hearing in the future.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Khan.
Thank you. I'm curious about who staffs the different panels. I think that staff does impact, the work of any group. And so I was just curious, I mean, if you don't have the answer now, that's fine, but I just wondered, not the names per se, but just, obviously the probably it's not a full-time, staff person for each one of these or however many staff. So I was just wanting to kind of get a picture of where the staff is coming from, what other government agencies they're sort of being borrowed from to staff these panels.
Lucia, do you have a response for that?
Yes, Senator Keim, that's a good question. There is some information on that on page 20 of the report in table 5. So one of the best practices is that these panels should be provided staff and logistical support. And the Department of Health and Human Services provides a CAPTA panel coordinator to give staff support to the CAPTA panels. The Attorney General's office provides some support, staff support to the Maine Domestic Abuse Homicide Review Panel. So those are the agencies that provide the staff support because the CAPTA, I think I'd have to see whether that's flowing from CAPTA, that the state agency needs to provide that staffing support. In terms of the logistical support, I did just note also that there is a linked website for the 3 CAPTA panels, and that was created with support from the department. And we did note, as you see in that table 5 on page 20, that staff turnover in terms of staff support was mentioned by some of the panels, and some lack of continuity in the staff support over time.
Thank you. I will read this in more detail. Thank you.
Okay, let us know if you need more questions, have more questions.
Additional comments or questions on the presentation we received? Are there questions that members would like to ask of OCFS? Dr. Landry and Molly Bogart are in the attendee room. If there are questions. We also have Christine Alberry, the Ombudsman, as well. There'll be opportunity as well for this conversation to continue at our February 11th meeting. Is that correct, Lucia? February 11th?
February 11th is the next GOC meeting, and you had discussed scheduling a public hearing to take public comment on the report at that time.
That's right. I expect there'll be some interest in that session. I'm looking forward to hearing feedback from individuals and agencies that work in the field or a related field. So I think that will be helpful additional context. Senator Claxton, are you all set?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
That's quite a promotion. Thank you. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes. When you said public comments, how does that work? Is it like giving testimony, or do they expect answers to questions or concerns that the public would have?
I think what our practice, it has been that when OPEGA produces a work product, we receive that product and we hear about it as a committee. And the next step is to allow the public to come speak with us about their reactions to the work product and the findings. And so I think there's a little bit more flexibility with what the public is able to talk with us about. I mean, if you think of a public hearing on a bill, you really have to keep your remarks to the bill substance. I think in this instance, the work product is fairly broad and covers a lot of areas, so the public can comment on any number of areas that are highlighted in the report. Does that answer your question, Senator, or help answer your question?
Part one, I understand. It's like giving comments, testimony, or what have you, but it's such an emotional subject. If you're a relative or a parent of the child, you might be asking specific questions or how come kind of questions, and that's going to be your job. So I've never been to something like this where the public comments on something I'm sure is very close to them. You might have a majority of those. Except when I have gun day in criminal justice. It's like that. You're laughing, Mr. Senator Timberlake, you know. So, all right. So it's going to be your job.
I'm hoping it's not like that, Senator, with all respect in the world. Okay. Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of GOC being kept up to date with developments on the 8 bills that are listed in Appendix D, as we work our way into the 2 meetings in February and maybe the first meeting in March, I wondered if it would be possible for us to have perhaps on our second meeting in February, kind of an update on the status of the 8 bills, whether they've had their public hearings, work sessions, and maybe spill that over into early March on the 11th. So we as a committee can be brought into that activist stage of knowing what options might be forthcoming in the second regular session that we as a committee and as individual legislators might want to really become actively involved in. I wonder if that could be done in coordination either between the staffs for H&HS committee and Lucia staff, or from the committee itself, reporting back to us at some point.
Lucia has her hand raised.
So here in Opega, we routinely track all legislation that is related to topics that are currently or recently under review by the GOC and Opega. So we have a spreadsheet going that just tracks the status, and we do that just to keep to stay aware. So it's just factual information from the website on where the bills are in committee, whether they've had a hearing or work session. And I'm sure that the HHS committee also has some tracking that they do for their committee. Our tracking does just do GOC related bills. So if that's something the committee would like, we could excerpt out the CPS bills and provide a table to the committee if that was desired.
Thank you, Lucia. Senator Claxton.
I can't speak for the committee, but I can assume that my co-chair and I would be more than glad to do whatever we can to help keep this committee updated. We also could share the analysts' summation by bill of testimony and concerns. That could be passed along, and we'd be glad to answer any questions specific to a given bill and provide a general update, whatever will be helpful with the committee.
Thank you, Senator. I'm pleased you spoke up and volunteered in that fashion. I was going to make a friendly suggestion to that effect, but thank you for that. I think that our committee would welcome that kind of perspective and report. You are the policy committee, but we have been asked to investigate the agency and make recommendations on improvements, and so our work overlaps, obviously. The February 25th meeting might be an opportunity for GOC to receive that printout of bills, and for the co-chairs to maybe update us on where things stand, the sticky issues, the slam dunk issues, those kinds of things.
Be glad to.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Senator Claxton. You piqued my curiosity when you suggested possibly the policy analysts. Those are terrific. It's a synopsis of everything, and it would be easier to read all in one packet than me looking up the bill and reading everybody's comments. So if you could do that, I think that would be helpful for all of us. Thank you.
We're blessed with some very capable analysts, and I'd be glad to volunteer Anna and Sam for that.
I'll just second that comment. You do have very talented analysts at the HHS committee. Okay. Final comments, questions, suggestions? Senator Timberlake.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for moving this through today in a very timely fashion and keeping it on track. I really do appreciate that, the staff and everything they did today. I do thank you, and I thank everybody.
Appreciate that, Senator. As you know, the staff make all of us look good. It's really thanks due to them.
It is true.
Okay. Senator Claxton.
I was just going to say that too. I did have a chance, instead of eating lunch, to read the report, and it addressed a number of concerns I had and has a lot of really good information in it. So kudos to Lucia and the team for putting that together. I think this will help shape some additional conversations outside of what's already in the bills that we're hearing. And that's a great opportunity. So thank you for that.
Great. Thank you, Senator. It feels like we are getting to a wrap-up point. So in closing, I want to note again that February 11th will be the public comment period for this report. Any member of the public is welcome to attend and give remarks. We invite the HHS committee members to observe those proceedings if that's of interest to you. Number two, our plan going forward is to invite the HHS committee to sit with the Government Oversight Committee in the virtual horseshoe, so to speak, when we receive the second and third reports. Again, the second report will be around the end of March, and the third report will be in the September timeframe. So we welcome the continued collaboration with the two committees in receiving those reports. I think those are the major items I wanted to mention before we conclude for today. Lucia, is there anything else?
That's all I see on the list as well.
Okay. Thank you, members, for your participation today. We look forward to the next time we get together. We hope you have a